the blood.
O poder do sangue.
The power of the blood.
O poder do sangue.
Touch me if you can see me. Toca-me.
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 Vem me tocar.
Toca-me.
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 Toca.
Toca, toca.
Toca. Revival.
Avivamento.
Revival.
Avivamento.
Every year.
Todos os anos.
At this time.
A esta hora.
I will be in Maputo.
Eu estarei em Maputo.
That is established.
Está estabelecido.
Established.
Está estabelecido.
Every year.
Todos os anos.
Every year.
Todos os anos.
At this time.
A esta noite.
It will be called.
Tämä on vakiinnutettu. Joka vuosi. Joka vuosi tähän aikaan se tulee olemaan nimeltään Maputon herätys. Joka vuosi. Herätys. Kansakunnat menevät takaisin Jeesuksen luokse.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. I tell you, this is too big.
Halleluja, kerron teille, tämä on liian suurta. Olen valmis. Olen valmis, tohtori Pedro. Haluan tulla. Katsokaa sokeita ihmisiä, jotka seuraavat minua. Koko maailmanlaajuinen radio katselee minua. TV. Sokeat ihmiset seuraavat minua. Herätys. Se on kaunista. Herätys on puhjennut maassa. Herätys on puhjennut maassa. Katsokaa tuota. Herätys on puhjennut. Herätys on puhjennut. Herätys on räjähtänyt. Hallelujaa. Maputo, Mozambique. Absoluuttinen shokki ja äärimmäinen pelko kuluttaa maailman. Kun Herran Jahven 2 peljättävintä profeettaa laittavat koko ihmiskunnan äärirajoille, astumalla eteenpäin ja tekemällä uskomattoman, todella vaarallisessa liikkeessä, he ohjeistivat kaikista rajuimman yhteentörmäyksen koskaan luomisesta saakka, täten vaarallisesti huojuttaen koko luomakuntaa. Valtavin yhteentörmäys, joka on koskaan tapahtunut maan yläpuolella. Ja näin partikkelit rikkoutuvat ja kipinöitä ja paljon kaasuja ja sinisiä liekkejä. Neutronitähtien yhteentörmäyksen profetia täyttynyt.
Violent cosmic crash in a distant galaxy. A violent cosmic crash in a distant galaxy.
For the first time ever, scientists have seen the spectacular collision of 2 neutron stars.
Now take a look at this. The moment 2 collided. Sending ripples called gravitational waves through the fabric of the universe.
Mumbai, Intia, 29. tammikuuta 2008. Profetia 2 neutronitähden yhteentörmäyksestä. Olen nähnyt väkevän, spektaakkelimaisen tapahtuman taivaalla. Taivaan Jumala tulee näyttämään ihmeitä taivaalla. Hän tulee ravistelemaan taivaita. Sitten yhtenä hetkenä ne menevät limittäin. Näin monien kansakuntien olevan kokoontuneena katselemaan sitä. Yksi niistä lähtee ja alkaa liikkumaan vasemmalle puolelle taivasta. Sitten toinen alkaa seuraamaan sitä. Mutta mikä siinä on ihmeellistä, on, että se toinen, joka seuraa sitä toista, tulee törmäämään siihen toiseen. Tulee olemaan valtava historiallinen yhteentörmäys taivaalla täällä. Se on tapahtuma, jota ei ole koskaan nähty siitä saakka, kun maa luotiin. Ja se oli todella shokeeraavaa, että nämä 2 Herran peljättävintä profeettaa tiesivät jo, kuinka koko maailmankaikkeus tulisi huojumaan vaarallisesti. Ja sen seurauksena maailmankaikkeus tulisi huojumaan ja liikkumaan pois paikaltaan toiseen asemaan. Se tekee näin ja menee toiseen asentoon. Se kohtaa aivan kuin ilmakuopan ja tekee tällä tavoin. Aivan kuten lentokone kohtaa ilmakuopan, tiedättehän. Ja sitten mitä sieltä tulee ulos on aivan kuin kipinöitä. Sinisiä liekkejä ja kipinöitä ja kaasuja ja aivan kuin säteilyä. Jotkut partikelit tulevat tippumaan maailmaan. Se on väkevä, mahtava tapahtuma. Ihmeitä maassa ja taivaalla. Näiden merkkien tulisi ilmoittaa seurakunnalle, että Messias on tulemaisillaan. Uudestaan Mumbaissa, Intiassa. Se oli todella hämmästyttävää, että Herran 2 peljättävintä profeettaa tiesivät jo, kuinka neutronitähdet tulisivat ajamaan toisiaan takaa 8 vuotta aiemmin vuonna 2008. Ja Herra puhui kanssani tänä aamuna. Tämä on se, mitä on tulossa maailmaan, jotta hän voisi täyttää, mitä on kirjoitettuna Joelin kirjassa. Ja myös Matteuksen evankeliumin luvussa 24 ja Luukkaan evankeliumin luvussa 21. Hän tulee ravistelemaan taivaita. Herra Israelin Jumala. Hän tulee ravistelemaan taivaita maan yläpuolella. Ja tämä on se, mitä on tulossa tapahtumaan. Ja ne liikkuvat yksi seuraten toista. Ja sitten yksi lähtee taivaalta oikealta puolelta taivaan vasemmalle puolelle. Ja hän liikkuu halki taivaan. Ja se toinen seuraa sitä todella nopeasti. Ja näen niiden menevän limittäin aivan kuin eklipsi. Ja ne liikkuvat toinen seuraten toista. Ja kun se toinen saapuu siihen pisteeseen, se tulee törmäämään siihen ensimmäiseen, työntäen sen pois. Se tulee olemaan valtavin yhteentörmäys, joka on koskaan tapahtunut maan yläpuolella. Se kohtaa aivan kuin ilmakuopan ja tekee tällä tavoin. Aivan kuten lentokone kohtaa ilmakuopan. Tällä tavoin. Se tekee siis boom ja sitten liikkuu siihen yhteen asemaan siellä. Ja näin kuinka partikkelit rikkoutuvat ja paljon kipinöitä ja kaasuja ja sinertäviä liekkejä. Ja monet ihmiset tulevat olemaan hämmästyneitä kaikkialla maailmassa. Monet ihmiset tulevat olemaan hämmästyneitä kaikkialla maailmassa. Se tulee olemaan valtavin yhteentörmäys, joka on koskaan tapahtunut maan yläpuolella. Se tulee olemaan valtava shokin tila, pelon tila.
The God of heaven is going to shake the heavens above the earth.
Taivaan Jumala tulee ravistelemaan taivaita maan yläpuolella.
Why would God be speaking with me about these things in India, in Mumbai today?
Miksi Jumala puhuisi minulle näistä asioista Intiassa, Mumbaissa tänä päivänä?
They will be signs unto you
Ne tulevat olemaan merkkejä teille,
that the Lord Jesus is coming back soon.
että Herra Jeesus on tulossa pian takaisin.
That now he is coming back.
Että nyt hän on tulossa takaisin.
Father, in the mighty name of Jesus.
Isä Jeesuksen väkevässä nimessä.
With this hand you have moved the stars and the planets.
Tällä kädellä olet liikuttanut tähtiä ja planeettoja.
With this hand you have moved the earth.
Tällä kädellä olet liikuttanut maapalloa.
With this hand you have moved the stars and the planets.
Tällä kädellä olet liikuttanut tähtiä ja planeettoja.
With this hand you have moved the stars.
Tällä kädellä olet liikuttanut tähtiä. Ja uudestaan 7. lokakuuta 2007 Nairobissa, Keniassa.
On this specific day,
Tänä tiettynä päivänä,
the 7th of the month of October,
7.
in the
lokakuuta
year of 2007,
vuonna 2007,
this past night, the
tänä
Lord
viime
spoke
yönä
with me
Herra
again
puhui kanssani jälleen.
in a very, very,
Todella,
very
todella
mighty conversation.
väkevässä keskustelussa.
And this is what the Lord
Ja tämä on se,
said.
mitä Herra sanoi.
There is going to be a collision
Tulee olemaan
above
yhteen
the earth
törmäys
here.
ylhäällä maan yläpuolella
A
täällä.
mighty collision is
Väkevä
going to take place above
yhteen
the earth.
törmäys tulee tapahtumaan maan
And I see it
yläpuolella.
coming, and when it's
Ja näin sen
coming,
tulossa. Ja kun se tulee,
it gives a white light.
se antaa valkoisen
It comes as a
valon.
black and white
Se
light
tulee
with some
valkoisen
rays,
valon
and it
loisteena ja
collides,
säteinä.
and then
Ja se
fire-like
törmää
particles
ja sitten tulen kaltaisia
are emitted
partikkeleita
which coalesce in a group,
tulee siitä ja ne tulevat ryhmäksi,
and they are going to land.
kerääntyen ryhmäksi.
And I'm glad that you can hear directly
Ja olen
from
iloinen,
the
että voit
throne room of
kuunnella
our Father
suoraan
in heaven.
Isämme
In the book of
valtaistunsellista
Joel, chapter
taivaassa. Joelin kirjassa luvussa 2.
The Lord speaks very, very
Herra puhuu
clearly.
todella,
Joel
todella
chapter 2.
selvästi. Joel 2.
I will show wonders in the heavens
Minä näytän merkkejä taivaalla
and on earth,
ja maan päällä.
blood and fire
Verta,
and billows of
tuulta
smoke.
ja
So
savupatsaita.
he goes on, but you see now,
Ja hän
that is
jatkaa
exactly
eteenpäin,
what
mutta
the Lord
näette, että
promised.
tämä on se, mitä Herra tarkalleen profetoi.
And on earth.
Merkkejä maassa ja taivaalla. Verta, tuulta ja savupatsaita.
So he goes on, but you
Hän
see
jatkaa
now,
eteenpäin,
that is
mutta näette nyt,
exactly
että
what the
tämä
Lord
on tarkalleen, mitä
prophesied.
Herra profetoi.
This is what constitutes
Tämä on
the
se,
wonders in
mikä
heaven and on
mikä
earth.
tarkoittaa merkkejä taivaassa ja maan päällä.
There is going to be a
Uudestaan
collision
toistan tulee olemaan
above the
yhteen
earth here.
törmäys maan yläpuolella täällä.
A mighty collision
Väkevä
is going to take
yhteen
place
törmäys tulee
above the earth.
tapahtumaan maan yläpuolella.
Spectacular show.
Spektaakkelimainen show tulee tapahtumaan maan yläpuolella. Ja mitä siitä tulee ulos tuosta yhteen törmäyksestä, se on tulenkartaisia punaisia partikkeleita. Ja ne ryhmittyvät.
So when these things happen,
Kun nämä asiat tapahtuvat,
it will be known
tullaan tietämään,
that surely the Lord
että
has sent me
totisesti
to
Herra on
speak to
lähettänyt
you,
minut puhumaan kanssanne.
that the Lord,
Että
he
Herra,
is God,
hän on Jumala,
the eternal King,
ikuinen kuningas.
and that I am his servant,
Ja että minä olen hänen palvelijansa.
and that time has
Ja
changed
että
for the
aika on
church,
muuttunut seurakunnalle.
and that the rapture is at hand,
Ja että ylöstempaus on lähellä Jumalan valtakunta.
and that the nations of
Ja
the
että
earth
maailman kansakuntien
should repent
tulee tehdä parannus
in Christ Jesus,
Jeesuksessa Kristuksessa.
return to holiness,
Palata pyhyyteen.
and also
Ja myös,
that surely the mouth
että
of the
totisesti
Lord,
Herran suu,
he has spoken.
hän on puhunut. Ja oli todella hämmästyttävää, että nämä 2 Herran peljettävintä profeettaa näkivät tämän jättimäisen yhteentörmäyksen 12 vuotta aiemmin vuonna 2005. Ja takaperin vuonna 2005 tämä on se, mitä he sanoivat. Todella pian, aivan kuten on kirjoitettu Joelin kirjassa, luku 2, jakeet 28-32. Se tulee tästä suunnasta täällä. Ja se on suuntaamassa tähän suuntaan täällä. Ja tuolla jossain on yhteen törmäys. Ja on tulen jälki. Ja tämä on se, mitä hän sanoi vuonna 2005. Kuunnelkaa minua, Naivasha. Eilen yöllä, ennen kuin tulin tänne, niin Isä näytti minulle, mitä on tulossa maailman 4 ääreen yllättämään maailma. Tästä suunnasta täällä. Se menee tällä tavoin. Paikassa ja tuolla maan yläpuolella. Ja tuolla on yhteen törmäys. Ja sitten tulen jälki. Tulen jälki. Tulen jälki. Yhteen törmäys. Tämä on se, mitä Joel profetoi. Monia vuosia sitten. Naivasha. Nyt se profetoidaan täällä. Juuri nyt se profetoidaan täällä, sen täyttymys. Sen täyttymyksestä puhutaan täällä Naivashassa. Kuunnelkaa minua, Naivasha. Tämä tapahtuu Naivashassa. Puhun maailman 4 äärelle. Se on yksi Joelin ihmeistä. Ja on yhteen törmäys tässä suunnassa täällä. Ja sitten tulen jälki ja koko maapallo tulee ulos. Ja he katsovat sitä. Ja he ovat yllättyneitä. On ihmeellistä, että vuonna 2005 jo tuolloin he olivat jo nähneet, että voima tuon 2 neutronitähden yhteen törmäyksestä tulisi olemaan niin massiivinen, että se tulisi uhkaamaan, repäimisemään halki taivaan kudoksen. Ja että se tulisi laskostamaan tiettyjä asemia taivaalla ja samaan aikaan joitakin, ja jopa taivaalla täällä, tulee olemaan ero taivaalla ja uudestaan Intiassa. 3 yötä sitten hän puhui kanssani täällä Mumbaissa. Profetoin teille spektaakkelimaisen planetaarisen tapahtuman täällä maan yläpuolella. Tulee olemaan valtava yhteentörmäys maan yläpuolella täällä. Yhtenä hetkenä toinen menee limittäin sen toisen kanssa. Mutta sen jälkeen toinen niistä lähtee ja alkaa liikkumaan vasemmalle puolelle taivasta. Ja se ensimmäinen menee ja toinen seuraa sitä. Mutta se ensimmäinen saavuttaa sen toisen äären ja se toinen tulee ja yhteen törmää sen ensimmäisen kanssa. Profetoin teille spektaakkelimaisen planeetallisen tapahtuman maan yläpuolella täällä. Tulee olemaan valtava yhteentörmäys maan yläpuolella. Valtava tapahtuma, joka tulee ravistelemaan maailman kansakuntia. Se näyttää aivan kuin ilmakuopalta ja tekee tällä tavoin. Tehden tällä tavoin ja tullen ylös. Raamattu sanoo, että näette merkkiä aivan kuten yhteentörmäys taivaalla. Monet ihmiset katsovat monista kansakunnista. Ihmeitä maan päällä ja taivaassa. Kristuksen seurakunta Mumbaissa. Pyydän, palatkaa Herran pyhyyteen. Tulee olemaan valtava yhteentörmäys maan yläpuolella. Ja takaperin vuonna 2007 Egertonin yliopistossa. Monia asioita tiedän. Nyt tulee olemaan yhteentörmäys. Ja partikkelit tulevat purkautumaan tulen kanssa. Näitä suuria asioita tulee tapahtumaan. Lisäksi Herran 2 peljättävintä profeettaa soittivat livenä maailmanlaajuiseen radioon käskien taivaan kappaleiden ravistelemisen tuona 22. syyskuuta 2007. Herra puhui kanssani jälleen taivaiden ja taivaan ravistelemisesta. Tämä on keskustelu, jossa Herra puhui yhteentörmäyksestä, joka tulee tapahtumaan maan yläpuolella. Ja partikkelit tulevat aivan kuten tulen kaltaisina, tulen punaisina, käyttäen tätä painottamaan heille sen tosiasian, että aika on muuttunut seurakunnalle ja että heidän tulee valmistautua Jumalan karitsan häihin. Tämä täyttää profetian Raamatussa. Joel 2 sanoo, että näytän teille merkkejä taivaalla. Tuossa sananpaikassa näette todella selvästi, että Herran tulee ravistella taivaita. Joten vaikka se onkin vaikeaa, se on mahdottomuus ajatella, se totisesti tulee tapahtumaan näinä aikoina. Kuningasten kuningaksen tulemus on lähellä. Ja kun saapuu 17. elokuuta 2017, kauhu ja peljästys kulutti koko maailman. Kun näiden hämmästyttävien sanojen voima Herran 2 muinaisen megaprofeetan suusta pääasiassa ravisteli koko universumia ja vaarallisesti huojutti sitä. Massiivisia miljardeja galakseja yhdessä niiden miljardien planeettojen ja aurinkojen kanssa. Tuoreimmat uutiset. Neutronitähtien yhteentörmäyksen profetia täyttynyt.
Now take a look at this. The moment two neutron stars collided. Sending ripples called gravitational waves through the fabric of the universe. But has only just been seen and heard by scientists.
The discovery that's shaken the scientific world. Two stars colliding in a galaxy far, far away, around 800 billion miles from Earth. The two stars got closer and closer until they merged, resulting in a huge shockwave that rippled across the universe. The massive explosion, and here is the actual sound of the collision. They then become parts of planets when they form, including here on Earth. The explosion was picked up in the control room here.
This really is a new type of astronomy. We can feel the ripples in space-time. We can see the light from things colliding out there in the universe and exploding, and the light from stars.
Fox News tonight. This is a Fox News alert.
A violent cosmic crash in a distant galaxy. Scientists in the U.S. and Europe, for the first time ever, detected gravitational waves, the ripples in time and space, by closely observing two stars in outer space and watching as the stars crashed into each other. The star collision spewed hot, dense, and unstable debris that came together to form heavy elements like gold, uranium, and platinum.
And marked the beginning of a new field, gravitational wave astronomy.
We have, for the first time, seen both gravitational waves and light from the collision of two dense stars called neutron stars. We join forces with thousands of astronomers and many, many observatories.
Tämä on yksi Joelin ihmeistä. Ja on yhteentörmäys tässä suunnassa. Ja sitten tulen jälki. Sitten koko maailma tulee ulos. Ja he tulevat katsomaan sitä. Ja he tulevat olemaan yllättyneitä.
Came together to observe the same thing in the sky, and no matter their language or culture or background, they came to basically the same answer about what this was.
Thousands of astronomers located on every continent, watching and measuring the crash.
A cosmic collision. Two neutron stars crashed together with awe-inspiring force. The event, so powerful, it created ripples in the fabric of space-time called gravitational waves. This shows the stars in a slowly decaying orbit around one another. This shows the resulting jet of gamma-ray radiation and matter that burst out in an instant. The amount of such metals the explosion scattered across the universe is estimated at 16,000 times the mass of Earth. The most violent events in the universe.
And the headlines.
The collision of two stars has been watched for the first time by an international team of researchers. The event gave off gravitational waves, ripples in space and time. The collision happened, its light and waves have now reached us. The observations confirmed gold, platinum and other heavy metals were blown into space by the aftermath of the merger.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Discovery that took place in a galaxy far, far away. It involved two neutron stars, incredibly dense with masses that are bigger than that of our sun.
Ja oli todella hämmästyttävää, että Herran kaksi väkevintä profeettaa, peljättävintä profeettaa, tiesivät jo, että yhteentörmäys tulisi tuottamaan sinisiä liekkejä. Näin kuinka partikkelit rikkoutuvat ja paljon kaasuja ja sinisiä sinertäviä liekkejä.
When the two stars collided for the event's light and gravitational waves to reach Earth.
An extraordinary astronomical event has been witnessed for the first time. A global team of thousands of scientists has tracked a burst of gravitational waves to their source. Hannah Maguire explains.
In a galaxy far, far away, smash into each other, causing one incredible explosion.
The total energy emitted from this neutron star merger is more than the energy that the sun has emitted in its entire lifetime.
We literally shifted in time when this thing hit the Earth.
In August, through the world's most powerful telescopes, astronomers saw it with their own eyes.
We caught 2 neutron stars in the act of colliding.
But it took a long time to get here.
These 2 stars crashed into each other. It traveled and arrived here at the Earth.
These stars are made up of some of our most precious metals like gold and silver. These collisions happened and it rained gold. Hannah Maguire, 10 Eyewitness News.
For the first time, a group of international scientists witnessed one of the most violent events in the entire cosmos, the collision of 2 neutron stars.
Welcome back to Jersey Matters. Big things are happening in space.
For the first time, we saw 2 neutron stars orbit each other and collide together.
LIGO and other observatories were able to detect when the neutron stars collided, resulting in ripples or gravitational waves.
LIGO sort of gives us the soundtrack behind what's happening because the gravitational waves, they actually behave a lot more like sound. So they kind of produce this low rumble in space-time, and they make this, and we can take that data from the gravitational waves and we actually convert them to sounds, and they make the sound that we call a chirp.
This is the actual sound captured and converted of the collision.
Sound. For the first time ever, scientists have seen the spectacular collision of 2 neutron stars. You're looking at a NASA animation of what actually happened. Neutron stars weigh more than our sun and have the diameter about the size of the city of Chicago. Now, the collision of these 2 stars released more energy than our sun has released in an entire lifetime, and astronomers are calling this a new era in space.
Se oli todella hämmästyttävää, että Herran 2 peljättävintä profeettaa tiesivät jo, kuinka koko universumi tulisi huojumaan vaarallisesti. Ja se kohtaa aivan kuten ilmakuopan ja tekee tällä tavoin.
At 8:41 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time on the morning of August 17, 2017, researchers from the Laser Interferometer Gravitational Wave Observatory, or LIGO, detected the ripple of gravitational waves passing through the Earth. These ripples went on
what looks like an air bubble and do like this. An air bubble, if a plane meets an air bubble. What looks like an air bubble.
Se kohtaa aivan kuin ilmakuopan, aivan kuten lentokone kohtaa ilmakuopan ja tekee tällä tavoin. Tulee olemaan valtava historiallinen yhteentörmäys täällä maan yläpuolella.
Does that and comes back. Does that and comes back.
Se venytti avaruutta. Järistykset avaruusajassa. Yhteentörmäys ravisteli avaruusaikaa. Ja silti yksi neutronitähti on 1,95 miljoonaa kertaa painavampi kuin maapallo. Kuinka paljon enemmän voimaa silloin neutronitähtien yhteentörmäys tuotti, jotta se pystyy huojuttamaan 400 miljardia tähteä meidän galaksillamme yksin. Silti on hyperjättiläismäisiä tähtiä, jotka ovat uskomattomasti monta kertaa suurempia kuin aurinko.
And they will be moving one following the other.
और आप ये भी देखोगे कि एक जो है दूसरे का पीछा कर रहा है.
One of them leaves and begin to move towards the left side of the sky.
Ja ne liikkuvat yksi seuraten toista ja toinen liikkuu vasemmalle puolelle taivasta.
And then the other one begins to follow it.
Ja sitten toinen alkaa seuraamaan sitä.
But what is amazing about it?
Mutta mikä on ihmeellistä siinä,
The one that is following the other
on, että se toinen, joka seuraa sitä ensimmäistä,
will collide with the other one.
tulee yhteen törmäämään sen ensimmäisen kanssa.
There is going to be a tremendous historic collision in the sky here.
Tulee olemaan valtava historiallinen yhteentörmäys maan yläpuolella täällä taivaalla.
Death in spiral of two neutron stars.
Spiraling in closer and closer, speeding up, and then when they finally collide, when they finally touch, releasing a tremendous amount of energy into the surrounding system.
The collision throws up huge clouds of matter which may have slowed down the light very slightly. The light and gravitational waves travel for 130 million years, arriving at Earth almost simultaneously.
When these things happen, it will be known that surely the Lord has...
Kun nämä asiat tapahtuvat, niin totisesti tullaan tietämään, että Herra on lähettänyt minut puhumaan kanssanne, että Herra, hän on Jumala, ikuinen kuningas, ja että minä olen hänen palvelijansa.
And that time has changed for the church.
ja että aika on muuttunut seurakunnalle,
and that the rapture is at hand,
ja että ylöstempaus on lähellä, Jumalan valtakunta,
and that the nations of the earth
ja että maailman kansakuntien
should repent
tulee tehdä parannus
in Christ Jesus,
Jeesuksessa Kristuksessa,
return to holiness,
palata pyhyyteen,
and also
ja myös,
that surely the mouth
että
of the
totisesti Herran suu,
Lord, he has spoken.
hän on puhunut. Ja siitä tuli suurin ihme ja merkki aikanamme. Luukas 21:26. Ja ihmiset menehtyvät peljätessään ja odottaessaan sitä, mikä maanpiiriä kohtaa, sillä taivaitten voimat järkkyvät. Messias on tulossa. Valmistakaa tie. Tulossa Gran Mega Super Loistelias Parantumiskokous. 4. elokuuta 2022. Moin kansainvälisellä urheilukentällä Kasaranissa. Tulossa rauhan ja sovinnon päivä 5. elokuuta 2022. Lähetetään livenä kahdella kansallisella TV-kanavalla.
Taputetaan Jeesukselle. Älkää lopettako. Älkää lopettako. En tiedä kuinka paljon ihmisiä. Vain Herra tietää. Kuinka monia miljoonia ihmisiä. Olkapää toisiaan vasten. Väkevä Isä, Elian ja Mooseksen Jumala, väkevä Jehova, olet ainoa ystäväni. Jehova Elohim, Jehova Eloheinu, katso, minulla ei ole toista ystävää, paitsi sinä. Isä, voit aloittaa tämän väkevän kokouksen. Tulta, tulta! Väkevä Isä. Pastorit alttarilla. Vapauta nyt tulesi koskettamaan pastoreita tuolla alttarilla. Kosketa, kosketa, kosketa. Isä, voit nyt tuoda tulesi ja koskettaa pastoreita. Naiset siellä kulmassa, tulkaa esiin. Sulkekaa silmänne. Väkevä Isä, olet Naivasan Isä. Olet näiden kalliiden ihmisten Isä, jotka ovat työskennelleet koko päivän tällä kentällä. Toivotan sinut tervetulleeksi vierailemaan täällä kentällä ja vierailemaan näiden naisten luona ja koskettamaan heitä. Kosketa heitä kaikkia.
Lift up your hands very high.
Levanten su mano bien.
Nostakaa kätenne korkealle.
The fire of the Lord is going to fall here.
Ja Herran kirkkaus tulee laskeutumaan tänne.
Close your eyes, worship Him.
Sulkekaa silmänne ylistysryhmä.
Mighty Father.
Väkevä Isä.
Now you can clean up the worship team.
Nyt voit puhdistaa ylistysryhmä.
Let your fire fall on this altar.
Ja sinun tulesi langetkoon tälle alttarille. Kosketa, kosketa, kosketa.
Mighty Father.
Väkevä Isä.
Now I ask you to bring your fire.
Nyt pyydän sinua tuomaan tulesi tänne. Tuo tulesi ja kosketa tanssijoita.
Beginning with the men towards the women.
Comenzando con los hombres hacia las mujeres.
Father, now,
Padre, ahora,
as you remove disease from the field,
Kun poistat nämä sairaudet kentältä, niin voit vierailla ylistysryhmän luona.
desde mi mano derecha,
beginning with the men,
comenzando con los hombres,
let the fire of Jehovah
deja que el fuego
Jahven tuli.
fall on the worship.
Laskeutukoon ylistysryhmän ylle. Ja koskettakoon. Seurakunnan palvelijat tällä puolella.
Now you can breathe on them.
Väkevä isä, nyt voit puhaltaa heidän yllensä.
I'm going to pass by you.
Ninaenda kupita karibu nanyi.
And the glory of the Lord will touch you.
Tulen kulkemaan ohitsenne ja Herran kirkkaus tulee koskettamaan teitä. Tämä tapahtui Kristukselle Messialle vain Raamatussa. 7. heinäkuuta 2018. Ja elävä Jumalan pilvi päällysti ja peitti Herran väkevimmät profeetat. (17. elokuuta 2019) ja Isä Jumala vierailee hänen luonaan valkean, puhtaassa, kirkkauden pilvessä. Pysykää kuulolla.
The Lord has come out
Bwana ametoka
with a storm.
akiwa na dhoruba.
There is power.
Kuna nguvu.
Record it.
Irekodi.
The glory.
Utukufu.
Nauhoittakaa se kirkkaus.
Show us so we celebrate with you.
Tuonyeshe ili tusherekee nanyi.
Näyttäkää se meille, niin juhlimme teidän kanssanne.
Where? Hi. There is a visitation here, right?
Täällä on vierailu, eikö?
No. They are seeing something.
He näkevät jotakin.
Oh, so the sun is flaring again.
Eli aurinko välkehtii jälleen, oi kyllä.
The sun is flaring again.
Aurinko välkehtii jälleen.
I have seen.
Olen nähnyt.
Hallelujah.
Halleluja.
Well, beloved people, the Lord Jehovah, Elohim, the mighty creator of all the heaven
Jehova,
and the earth,
Elohim, väkevä taivaan ja maan luoja.
blessed people,
Hän on puhunut kanssani kallisarvoiset
in this
ihmiset.
conversation, I see a meeting that the
Ja
Lord is
tässä
taking the two
keskustelussa
prophets to.
näen
When they
kokouksen,
reach there, I see the two prophets there.
jonne Herra vie 2 profeettaansa.
As they arrive,
Ja kun he
their
saapuvat,
presence commands the sun.
heidän läsnäolonsa
The sun blinks,
käskee aurinkoa ja aurinko
shut down and
välkähtelee.
shut down
Mennään
and
kiinni
light.
ja takaisin päälle.
So, at these words,
Joten näiden sanojen kautta
the Lord is going to shake the sun.
Herra
The
tulee
Lord is going to
ravistelemaan
perform
aurinkoa.
historic wonders upon the face of the earth.
Herra tulee tuomaan ihmeensä maan päälle.
These two prophets of the Lord to speak to the dull hearts of this generation.
Ja nämä 2 Herran profeettaa puhuvat ihmisten sydämille,
That at my mere presence at a place,
että minun
I saw the sun
pelkästä
blink,
läsnäolosta
and people are looking up, but there is
näin
dread.
auringon välkehtivän
His foot is right ahead of us
ja
here.
ihmiset katsovat
Watch out, be very
ylös.
careful.
Genesis chapter 3.
Mwanzo mlango wa 3.
What has happened?
Nini
Mitä
kimetendeka?
on tapahtunut?
Say it.
Iseme.
There is a visitation ongoing.
Kuna mtembeleo
On
unaendelea,
meneillään oleva
unaendelea.
vierailu.
They are seeing with their naked eyes.
He näkevät paljolla silmillään. Voitteko nauhoittaa sen puhelimillanne?
Record.
Rekodi.
Nauhoittakaa.
There is a wonder going on out here.
Kuna maajabu ambayo
On
yanaendelea
ihme
hapa nje.
meneillään ulkona.
Look at that, everybody's seeing, right?
Angalia hiyo, kila mtu
Kaikki
anaona.
näkevät, eikö?
Inafanya nini? Oh, the sun is inapiga makofi. Oh, so it's now doing like police lights. The sun is clapping out here right now.
Jua linapiga makofi.
Aurinko tekee kuin
Sasa hivi,
poliisivala.
haleluya.
Those of you outside, you can record.
Wale wenu mlioko nje
Te, jotka
mnaweza
olette ulkona,
kurekodi.
voitte nauhoittaa.
Look, they're seeing, they're recording, right?
Wanarekodi,
Katso,
sivyo?
he näkevät, eikö?
Nobody has ever done that.
Hakuna mtu yote ambaye amewahi kufanya hivyo.
Kukaan ei ole koskaan tehnyt tuota. Tämä on historiallista.
Tazama hiyo.
Who in the mighty blessed people.
Kuu kabisa watu wabarikiwa.
It's a very special time in the life of the church.
Ni wakati speciali kabisa katika maisha ya kanisa.
And so again tonight you have the opportunity of seeing the revival, the tremendous visitation that's happening in the church.
Hivyo basi mara tena usiku wa leo mnayo fursa ya kuona mtembeleo mkuu kabisa wa uvuvio mkuu unaotendeka kanisani.
Right now all our systems are raring to go towards Maputo, Mozambique.
Nyt meidän kaikki systeemimme ovat menossa Maputo, Mosambikiin. Kaikki valmistautuu lähtemään kohti Mosambikia. Jopa meidän etukäteistiimimme on valmis lähtöön. Tämä on hyvin, hyvin erityistä aikaa. Herra on puhunut jo minulle tuosta vierailusta, joka on tulossa Maputo, Mosambikiin. Kun Herra kaikkivaltias Jumala tulee tuomaan minut tuohon parantumiskokoukseen tuolle stadionille, se tulee olemaan historiallista. Se hetki, kun Herra tuo minut sisälle, rammat kävelevät joka puolella, sokeat näkevät, kuurot kuulevat, tulee olemaan yhtäkkinen välitön vierailu. Joten tämä on hyvin kriittisen tärkeä aikaa seurakunnan elämässä. Olemme nähneet, että tämä on hetki, kun Herra ennallistaa seurakunnan, jopa saarnastuolin. Herra Jahve itse ennallistaa juuri nyt Herran alttarin. Herra puhdistaa pois nyt sen kaiken saastan ja epäpuhtauden, joka on ollut siellä Herran saarnastuolissa. Herra puhdistaa nyt kristillistä palvonnan kokemusta. Siksi kukaan ei voi sivuuttaa, ottaa kiinni tästä hetkestä. Meillä on tosi hieno tiimi, joka on ollut täällä päätoimistolla jo jonkin aikaa. Tämä unelmatiimi on työskennellyt koko viime yön ja koko päivän, koko yön aina keskipäivän saakka he ovat työskennelleet. Valmistellen Herran missiota Mosambikiin. Ja he ovat saattamassa sitä missiota päätökseen, joten päivät nyt menevät kohti tuota Mosambikia. He työskentelevät koko yön. He ovat täällä. Nyt esittelen heidät teille. He ovat screeneillänne. Heitä johtaa itse siunattu vanhempi arkkipiispa itse, John Litunda. Sitten meillä on aluevalvoja, Right Reverend Amos Wandera. Hän on juuri palannut Tansaniasta. Hän johti siellä tiimiä Arussassa, Tansaniassa. Lähetin hänet sinne tapaamaan sitä pastorien kokousta Tansaniassa. Se oli voimallinen kokous, kunnes hän tuli takaisin sunnuntai-iltana. Ja seurakunta Tansaniassa on nyt valmis väkevään vierailuun.
These are now the chair of the pastors' fellowships, the pastores principales in Spanish, the principal pastors.
Ja hän tapasi siellä hotellilla nyt ne pastorien yhdistysten oikein ne presidentit, ne pastorien yhdistysten johtajat.
That's why now the date for the visitation of the Lord in Tanzania, the revival of Tanzania has been set
Ja siksi nyt herätys ja päivämäärät Tansanialle on päätetty joulukuussa 8-11 päivä. Tulee olemaan massiivinen herätys Arushassa. 8-11 päivä joulukuuta tulee olemaan massiivinen parantumiskokous ja massiivinen pastorikonferenssi ja parantumiskokous Arusha Tansaniassa. Ja huhtikuussa 2023 tulee olemaan massiivinen pastorikonferenssi ja massiivinen parantumiskokous siellä Dar es Salaamissa Tansaniassa, heidän pääkaupungissansa. Joten tämä on tosi massiivinen herätys, jonka Herra sytyttää Afrikan kansakuntaan, maan osaan. Tiedämme erittäin hyvin, kun tein matkan ympäri maailmaa, niin sivuutin hieman Afrikan. En huomioinut Afrikkaa. Halusin saavuttaa Euroopan ja muut kansakunnat Uuteen-Seelantiin ensin, ja sitten en niin paljon huomioinut Afrikkaa.
Na nilitaka kufika kwa mataifa ya Europa, Asia na kule mataifa mengine ya ulimwengu yote pia.
First, I said first, afadhali Swahili. We don't have time. We're rushing. We need to continue. There's work going on.
Nilitaka kufika katika mataifa.
We're only here for 1 or 2 minutes and leaving right now.
Nilitaka kufika kwa mataifa ya Europa, Asia na ulimwengu wote mzima kwanza pia.
Before I come back to Africa.
Ennen kuin tulin takaisin Afrikkaan. Voitte nähdä, kuinka Herran henki keskittyy nyt Afrikan kansakuntiin sytyttääkseen heidät tuleen. Tämä on tosi totista, tosi voimallista. Tästä syystä tämä on hyvin tärkeä aikaa Tansanialle joulukuussa huhtikuuhun sitten saakka. Huhtikuussa ensi vuonna. Ja sitten meillä on vanhempi vara-arkkipiispa Mheshimiwa, kunnianarvoinen kapinku. Tosi voimallista. Ja sitten meillä on hän, joka johtaa tätä koko prosessia askel askeleelta, pitäen huolta, että kaikki on kunnossa. Ja olemme valmiit lähtemään siihen megamissioon Mosambikiin. Tämän Agri Kunyali, vanhempi vara-arkkipiispa, joka johtaa kaikkia protokollaa. Sitten meillä on vanhempi vara-arkkipiispa Michael Nysvand, joka on Saksasta kotoisin alun perin, ja hän on myöskin Jeesus on Herra radion perustaja ja johtaja, presidentti. Hän on orpokodin johtaja ICM:ssä, Nakurussa, ja myöskin Jeesus on Herra radion perustaja ja presidentti. Sitten meillä on tämä hyvin voimallinen eläinlääkäri, tohtori J.J. vara-arkkipiispa siellä Jaja Killimanin alttarilta, vanhempi eläinlääkäri. Sitten meillä on Erik Okuta, oma poikani. Hän on Hänellä on suuri seurakunta siellä, 521 henkilöä juuri nyt.
Kanisa kubwa kabisa kule Kitengela, kanisa kubwa kabisa zaidi ya watu 521 sasa.
Joten tämä unelmatiimi on ollut leiriytyneenä täällä. Ja he työskentelevät koko yön, seuraavan päivän, jopa tänä yönä emme tiedä milloin pysähdymme, lopetamme. Työstään sitä missiota Mosambikin, joten siunatut ihmiset, nyt jätämme teidät tämän herätyksen kanssa, joka on meneillään, jotta voimme mennä takaisin työhön, koska päivät ovat lopussa. Yöaika on tulossa, kun emme voi enää työtä tehdä. Te, jotka haluatte vastaanottaa Herran, toistakaa perässäni. Sanokaa, väkevä Herra Jeesus. Teen parannuksen ja käännyn pois synnistä. Käännyn pois kaikesta pahuudesta ja jumalattomuudesta. Ja vastaanotan sinut, Herrani Jeesus, sydämeeni, Herrakseni ja vapahtajakseni. Pyydän asita pyhyys sydämeeni ja vanhurskaus elämääni. Herra, asita Jeesuksen veri ja risti minun elämääni. Ja pidä minun nimeni ikuisesti Jumalan karitsan elämänkirjassa. Jeesuksen väkevässä nimessä olen uudesti syntynyt. Amen. Jätämme nyt teidät herätyksen ja ylistykseen. Ilma, jota hengitän, on laulun nimi. Kiitos. Shalom.
When news came to Jesus, please confess. Lazarus is sick and without your help, he will not last. Mary and Martha watched their brother die. They waited for Jesus, but he did not come. They wondered why. The death watch was over. Buried for days. Somebody said he'll soon be here. The Lord's on his way. Martha ran to him, and then she cried, Lord, if you had been here, you could have healed him and still be alive. But you're 4 days
very shocking as you have heard the testimony of one turning HIV negative. It is very shocking here in this village of Siaya. My name is Dr. Toromo Gochei. I am a Deputy Director of Medical Services with 26 years of medical experience. Currently, I am the head of the Partner Liaison and Coordination of Developmental Partners in the county of Nakuru, which is coordinating partners who most of them also support HIV programs in our county. And previously, I was the program coordinator for the National AIDS Control Program in Rift Valley Province. So when we heard about this miracle that has taken place in this village of Siaya, we came running. Very mighty wonder. This morning I took off. This village is 250 kilometers from Nakuru. When a miracle like this one has happened, which is never documented anywhere in the medicine, then we have no choice but to rush and see, to verify for ourselves. And I have listened to the history. I have taken history myself also. I have examined also the clinical condition of Alfred at present. And I am convinced that this is a very big miracle that has happened in Kenya. What the Lord has done here, Senior Bishop, is very big because this is an orphan who has seen the parents die one after another. Because the mother died in 2007 and the father died in 2009. The father died first in 2007 and then the mother died later on in 2009. That is 2 years later. And it was a matter of time he was also going to die. So it was a desperate situation. Very hopeless situation. But when I entered this homestead, I saw the joy. The people here are very joyful. Even Alfred himself was very joyful, laughing and running. You don't see the kind of depression that you see in people who are on chronic medication like those ones in HIV/AIDS. So very joyous, and this kind of joy cannot be attained easily, especially for such people. They normally have to undergo some kind of psychosocial support, because you can imagine, because at times even you see someone is started on antiretroviral therapy before they know what it's all about. Because you can imagine now he started on antiretroviral therapy at the age of 2 years. So at the age of maybe when he is getting to know and to ask questions, nobody is there to explain. So at times they go into a lot of stigma and they may even not continue with the medication. And you see also the way he progressed very fast from stage 1 to stage 4. The HIV progression in children is always faster than adults. And as you have heard, there are 4 stages. There are 4 clinical stages in HIV/AIDS progression. Stage 1 is when you are HIV positive but you are asymptomatic. Stage 2 is when you have mild disease. Stage 3 is when you have more severe disease. And stage 4 is the end stage disease, where you have more serious diseases and complications. So for Alfred, he had actually progressed to stage 4, because in stage 4 you find HIV wasting syndrome also. And we are told from the history that he was actually malnourished and he was even given food by prescription, together with severe bacterial infections which he used to undergo. So the situation was very hopeless. There was no hope of reversal of the positivity, and there was no hope of ever getting healed. So when you hear that somebody like Alfred has actually turned from HIV positive to HIV negative, it shocks everyone, Senior Bishop. Because when we are recruiting people into the program of HIV, we tell them that they will be positive forever, and that the ARVs, they are going to take it forever. But now those 2 situations have been reversed here. Alfred is HIV negative. And he is no longer on antiretroviral therapy, and his file is closed. And now, Senior Bishop, it has initiated a very serious discussion in the medical fraternity here in the CIA. They are asking themselves, how is it possible? And even the doctors globally, they must be listening and asking themselves, how is it possible? Once HIV virus has actually integrated itself into the genetic makeup of the individual will be positive forever. So, Senior Bishop, we cannot explain the mechanisms of Alfred turning negative. The scientists we know cannot explain. Yes, Senior Bishop, and this one has actually challenged the medical fraternity and even the scientists globally, because now it means medicine has to be rewritten again. So now, Senior Bishop, they must insert a statement which says that, yes, you can be HIV for life, but not with supernatural intervention. The supernatural intervention of God can make it to be HIV negative, the way he has done to Alfred and many other people that we have seen, Senior Bishop. Yes, Senior Bishop. Yes, Senior Bishop. And actually what I can say is that if there is anything the world needs now, if there is anything Kenya needs now, it is this supernatural power. And especially at this time when most of my partners are actually preparing us for journey to self-reliance. They have invested a lot of resources for many years and they have seen no hope of conquering HIV/AIDS. So right now they are preparing the nations, including Kenya, to go to the journey of self-reliance. They want the nations to chip in supporting themselves with this long life treatment, which has actually drained most of their resources. So the Lord has come to our help, because with the many HIV positive people in Kenya now and globally, where can they go, especially if there is not going to be any further support from the international community? Yes, Senior Bishop, I know the impacts of HIV/AIDS epidemic. I was managing the HIV program, recruiting more than 100,000 people on ARVs. I know what it means to treat HIV. I know the hopelessness that is involved. And when we see the Lord coming to our help, we need to embrace this power that does not cost anybody anything. You see, yes, Senior Bishop, because I know very well that even among the people I used to treat, none of them ever turned negative in that duration of time I was managing them. And we used to tell them that you will be on this kind of treatment for life until either Jesus comes back or death comes. But we thank the Lord, because for Alfred, death has not occurred. What has happened is the supernatural intervention of God. Yes, Senior Bishop, and that is why I want to welcome all the doctors globally, those doctors who are doing a lot of research. There is something that has happened in Kenya. There is a new phenomenon here in Kenya. People are encountering a supernatural power through the two mightiest prophets of God. So we welcome them to come and study this, so that they may also partake of this free supernatural gift from God. But as for me and my colleagues, we are still shocked. We are still in the village. Because we cannot understand how the mechanisms of this power, it was not written anywhere. So we have finally been encountered as something that we cannot explain scientifically. So this discussion will continue for quite many days. Because as we said, this is not an isolated case, Senior Bishop. because there have been many healings one after another. So this power has been in operation in Kenya since 2008. When I was managing my patients and they kept on coming to me and asking me, should I continue with antiretroviral therapy when I have turned negative? And initially I used to laugh and maybe brush the idea aside because I knew they were not going to turn negative. But when I began to test, and to retest and test again, and they turn negative. I got convinced, Senior Bishop, and that is why even now I am following them on a yearly basis to keep on testing just to see what may happen. But even those ones who were healed in the year 2008, they are doing very well. They have no signs and symptoms. They are not on ARVs, and they have no disease. So I have come to the conclusion that once you have encountered this power, it will not reverse again to HIV positivity unless you look for another HIV infection. What I have seen myself, there is none that has been healed, that has reverted back to positivity rate, Senior Bishop. That means this power. So this power is permanent. It is a supernatural power. When you encounter it, it is permanent. And I want to thank the majesty prophets of the Lord for bringing unto us this intervention, for bringing to us this power that now people can access and they can live now, even forever.
Yes, please. So currently we are having a constraint of test kits, but I tried and got one so that I may test Alfred. And to my shock, when I tested him, the determinant came out to be HIV negative. Yes, please. Yes, please. So when it turned to be HIV negative, I developed a very deep interest on this case. Yes, and I remember I involved some of my fellow clinicians at the same facility, Sierra County Referral Hospital, and to them also there was a big shock, because how can an antibody test in the life of a patient that they know very well, they have even all the details, turn to be HIV negative? They were really shocked from that point. Yes, please. And I remember the clinician I shared with also made a meeting, an impromptu meeting, and he called the sub-county HIV/AIDS coordinator, called SCASCO. And also the county HIV/AIDS coordinator, called CASCO. And the hospital superintendent, and also the MOH also was involved. And there was a serious discussion on the same case, because we presented the determined test, the rapid test that we had done. Yes, please. So I kept on pushing so that we may do a PCR as the algorithm. But because of the challenge in the commodities, we were not able to get filter papers and other commodities. Yes, so I kept on pushing, and also they were not they did not want to do that test as fast as I wanted it. Yes, please. So every time I made a push so that the program officers may make even an arrangement so that we may do that test, they kept on pushing it. They kept on pushing it. Yes. So that's why I decided to now move the private way, because that one was going to be very fast. Yes, please. And at that, yes, please. And also the long ELISA test. Yes, so when it reached on 30th of June 2022, this year, we requested the laboratory at the Jomo Kenyatta, at the Jaramogi Oginga Odinga Teaching and Referral Hospital in Kisumu. So I wrote a lab request there, requesting them to take the sample for the long ELISA test. Which they accepted, and I took Alfred there, myself, and the grandmother also was with us. Yes, please. And also the sample was taken on the view of the grandmother, and we left there. Yes, so during that time also, because of the guideline and the algorithm, we had also to do a PCR before always we discharge our patients. So that's when we went to the Lancet on 9th of July. Yes, 2024 this year, 22 this year, sorry, which they took 2 samples. One was for the PCR quantitative, that is for the viral load. And the other one was for PCR qualitative, that was for the to determine whether it's still either negative or positive. Yes, then now we left them to run the tests. Yes. So after 3 days, that was on 3rd of July, I got a call from Jaramogi Oginga Odinga Teaching and Referral Hospital that the test that they were running for long ELISA had turned to be HIV negative. Hallelujah, Senior Bishop. Amen. So they called me and they told me that the test that they were running of Long Eliza had turned up to be HIV negative. I was so much shocked because I know what it means for Long Eliza to turn to be negative. Yes, because most of the time when Long Eliza turns to be negative, we are just supposed to leave the test there. You just declare the patient HIV negative. Yes, please. And even in many cases where there is inconclusive result, we always run Long Eliza test. Yes, and we call it a tiebreaker. It's the one that will tell you the truth. Yes, please. So when it came back to be negative, I was so much shocked. However, I just kept silent, waiting for, because I know there was another test which was running. Yes, please. So when it reached on 8th July 2022 this year, I received a call from Lancet Laboratory in Kisumu that they would like to give me the result, the first result, that the sample that they took, which was for quantitative viral load. Yes, which they relayed through mail. And when I went through the mail and was reading the result, I realized that there was no copy at all for the viral load, no copy. Yes, please. The machine always writes low detectable levels, LDL. Yes, please. That was equally very, very big, and also building on my shock. Yes, so I asked them about the other test, and they told me just to hold on, the PCR qualitative one, to hold on. It will come out maybe a day after. So I held on. Exactly. So when I hold on, that was now on 9th. Yes, please. They sent me at around 2:34 p.m. Yes. I saw a notification in my mail that the Lancet has sent for me a mail. And when I rushed there, because I was in a meeting, I just rushed to open it. Yes, and I was not interested in any other thing. I just wanted to go to the result part, And when I just had a glance on the result part, PCR, qualitative, negative, I was so much shocked. I was so much shocked because it was PCR qualitative, result negative. Very, very shocking. Yes. Because we were in a meeting and I was just waiting for a break where we will disperse and then try to now discuss it when I was very strong with some of my colleagues. Yes, and when the meeting was over, I called some of my senior program officers. And I told them that can we just sit down so that I may just tell you something very special. And they were so much interested, so they sat down very fast and I started explaining the whole process. Yes, so when I explained to them and I reached at a point when we did a determined test, a long ELISA test, and then a PCR, then they were equally very, very shocked that how is this possible? You could read in their faces. Yes. And also, when I was trying, I wanted to see how they are really reacting, but they really reacted in a lot of shock. Actually, one of them said that this one a paper should be written. Actually, he's called the Senior Technical Advisor that stands for the whole program in the whole sub-county. Yes, he's the technical advisor pertaining the HIV care and treatment and tuberculosis. Yes, please. And under him, there are 35 facilities, inclusive of this, our referral hospital, Sierra County Referral Hospital, that submit, that are answerable under him. Yes, he's very, very senior, and some of the senior program officers. Yes, please. So at the same time, when we had finished the discussion, because we were in the meeting in a different venue, I rushed to the facility to see if other clinicians are still around. Yes, that was around 4:30 p.m. yesterday. When I reached there, I found when all the clinicians are still around, plus other support staffs and everybody, and we had a small meeting. Because this is our own client that we know very well. These are the clinicians that we work with. When I'm away, they are in the duty. When I'm in the duty, maybe they're away, or we are together in the duty. This is the client we know very well. Very well, please. So when I started explaining myself, because they were aware that a determined test was done, but they were not aware that we were running a long ELISA and other tests. So when I brought to them, yes. Yes, so when they listened and when I told them that we had even run a PCR test and a long ELISA and the results are back, I saw them when they were now very much attentive because they wanted to know that what next, how has it come? Yes, so when I broke the news for them that all those tests are negative, they were very, very shocked. They were very, very much shocked because this is the group that contained the adherence counselors for Alfred and the peer educators and the entire team was there. Yes. Yes, they were very, very shocked because they have just heard, and yesterday, they saw one of their own now, the Lord touching and deleting HIV. Yes, please. And also there was some discussion, man, because of the time. They said that on Monday we are going to have a full discussion, and even the medical superintendent has promised to be part and parcel of that discussion. Yes, please. And it has really caused a lot of now discussions in the WhatsApp group of the entire SIA that how is it that it is possible? Is it really possible? Many people and many doctors now want to probe in and know more about this case. Yes, there are many staffs have developed a lot of interest because when the breaking news came yesterday, it went viral on Twitter and everywhere, and it has really caught everybody, much more so now the staffs that are working at Sierra County Referral Hospital. They are saying that on Monday, the first thing is that one. They want to hear more about it. Yes, please. Yes, please. So we are very much equally shocked that indeed it is possible for the blood of Jesus to delete HIV/AIDS from the life of our patients. Yes, and it is a strange phenomenon in this facility now that the Lord has come to establish something that is very unique, and everybody now are interested to know more about it. He has caught everybody's attention. Yes, it is a permanent, monumental phenomena that indeed it is possible because the result they are seeing. And actually, I was telling also some of the clinicians that it's good for them also to run their DNA PCR so that they may put it on patient's file. But they told me that no, with the Lancet we can't dispute. Just print for us your copy so that we may put in the patient's file. Yes. Yes, please. Very, very powerful indeed. Yes, please. And nobody can dispute it because when results come from Lancet, it is actually certified that it is true, it is correct. Yes, please. And the grandmother also is testifying that me personally, I went with Alfred and I saw when they were taking blood sample from Alfred, they did not take from any other patient, from Alfred, my grandson. Yes, so they are equally very shocked. When I told them that we also went with the grandmother of Alfred, they were really very shocked because they could think that we have taken any other sample. He confirmed to the entire home, he is confirming to the entire village who are here today. Yes, please. He's very, very shocked. Indeed, it is a shocker and it is a wonder because many a times we only close files when our patients are dead. Even currently, every month at Sierra County Referral Hospital, we don't report less than 5 deaths that are caused by HIV. Yes, please. Yes, and right now if you go to a room, we name it archives. If you go to a room where we put the files of those who are dead or those who are lost to follow up, you cannot find any file that we have closed and we have put there that someone was HIV positive and has turned back and turned to be HIV negative. Yes, you will only find file of those that are just lost to follow up. For one reason or another, they self-transferred to another facility, or they are just lost, and maybe some are dead. But it's rare. You can't find a file of someone who was HIV negative and positive in same facility and has walked in now with a different file that is HIV negative. You can't find such a file in the room called the archives, where we put those files. Yes, please. That's why it is a wonder. It is a wonder, and it is really disturbing us as the clinical team, because now when you now close file of eventually someone that has turned out to be HIV negative, the NASCOP will really ask you, did you put someone who was HIV negative on antiretroviral treatment? Yes, and it is a trouble. They cannot speak it, but when you look at all of our faces, it is presenting, because that is the difficult question that nobody can answer. Yes, please. Because of the level of tests that we do for you to be declared HIV positive. You cannot come out one day that actually we did a mistake and we put somebody on antiretroviral treatment, somebody who is HIV negative. Yes, please. Yes. Yes, because currently when you walk into the facility, you want to know your HIV status, we subject you to a determined test. That is the current algorithm, a determined test, which is very, very sensitive. Yes, please. It is 99.9% sensitive. Yes, please. That if there is any virus, it will pick. Yes. Yes. If there is any antibody against any virus in the blood, it will automatically pick. Yes, against any virus, it will pick. And then also the second test, when it turns to be positive, we don't declare you as HIV positive. We subject you to another test immediately, which is a rapid test also called fast response. Yes. Yes, and that fast response test, it is the specificity. It is very specific now to HIV virus antibody. It's very specific. Now, if it turns to be positive, indeed that patient is positive. Yes, at that point he is declared HIV positive. And when it is there's a discrepancy, you run the long ELISA, also which also we ran, that will again now will be the tiebreaker. That's why we call it tiebreaker. That's why at the time that we were initiating Alfred Omondi on antiretroviral treatment, we were 100% sure that indeed he is HIV infected. Yes, and now that brings us now to the critical level when someone now tests HIV negative eventually. Now you have a bone to chew even with the NASCOP now. I'm saying that now when somebody now tests HIV negative, like the case now of Alfred Omondi that we have here, now it is a big thing. It is a big thing even with the NASCOP. Yes. Yes, because they will ask you now, how comes that how comes you put somebody who was HIV negative? Because it's only two. It's only two. You put somebody who was HIV negative on treatment, or the Lord has done something. There must be two. Yes. Yes, and the way I've explained very well, due to the test that we do, you cannot put somebody who was HIV negative on the antiretroviral treatment. Yes, so that one only leaves us with one option, that the Lord must have done something. And now that is the shock. Now you see where we are at shock. The entire facility staffs are at shock. It has gone very viral. People are now, they are interested. They want to know what is it that have happened. Yes, please. It is a shock also that has made us now to gather here, because it is a big thing. You never hear it anywhere. And when it has happened, it has really shocked the entire fraternity. Yes, please. It is something that they have never had. They have never had in the facility. They have never had. It has come to be a very big shock. Yes, please, Senior Bishop. As I close, I want to say this. The Lord has come and has done a very great thing in our midst. To catch for our attention the way he has already done, and the entire county is perplexed. And also I would like to just invite many and many of my colleagues, because they are willing to continue and to investigate on this case and also to write a paper. I'd just like to invite them so that we may even write a paper on this and also show the world that indeed it is possible that the blood of Jesus can delete HIV. And also remember, it has happened at a time when we are economically constrained as a country, economically constrained. Currently, the American funds that have been funding HIV and AIDS and other diseases in our country, it has been on a decreasing mode ever since COVID-19 struck. Yes, and even the monitoring our patients have become very much challenging because you realize that we have many clients that we have not taken viral loads for almost 2 years because we are just now emphasizing on risk categories which I mentioned earlier. Yes, so for the Lord to come to us through as a facility at such an hour, it is indeed a blessing. And the Lord, yes. Yes, because of there is lack of reagents when you at Cambridge testing laboratories, there's been lack of reagents for the past 2 to 3 years. That means that we cannot monitor our patients the way we were monitoring previously. Even the antiretroviral treatment, there was a time that there was serious shortage. And there are many challenges that I cannot count and finish. And for the Lord to just appear to us and do such a thing in our midst at such an hour, it is really sending a very big message to the medical fraternity. Yes, please. So, finally, I just want to thank the God of the mightiest prophets of the Lord, because it is when He appeared, is when we began to see such a tremendous miracles, things that science cannot explain anymore, things that are above the medical understanding. Yes, please. We want to thank God, the God of the mightiest prophets of the Lord, and His servants, the mightiest mega prophets of the Lord. Indeed, a monumental thing and a monumental phenomena has happened in the land of Siaya at the County Referral Hospital. Yes, please. Thank you so much. Back to you in the studio.
He's saying that he dreamt that he saw the two mightiest prophets of the Lord in a dream. He's saying that that was the first time in a dream he saw the mightiest prophets of Yahweh, yet he had never seen them before. He's saying that the two mightiest prophets of Yahweh appeared to him in a dream while they were in their white garment. He's saying that in that white garment that the mega prophets of Yahweh were dressed in, he also saw their shoe, and he's saying that their shoe were white. He's saying that the mightiest prophets of Yahweh instructed him to prepare the way. The mightiest prophets of the Lord in that dream carried him and took him to a place that he does not recognize until now. Then in that place, the mega prophets of Yahweh instructed him and helped him to understand how he can prepare the way for the coming kingdom of God. And then when the mightiest prophets of the Lord instructed him how he can prepare the way, then the dream stopped at that end, please. He's saying that earlier before the dream, he only saw the poster, and then he dreamt, and never had he saw the mightiest prophets of the Lord physically. He had never seen them one-on-one. He's saying that apart from that poster, he only saw the mightiest prophets of the Lord again in the meeting of the Lord in Menengai 4 that took place in Nakuru. He's saying that that was the first time he saw a cripple walking. He saw a cripple with his own eyes getting up and walking in the meeting of the Lord in Menengai 4. He's saying that while he saw a cripple rising and walking, that is when he said that even himself, once he comes from Nakuru, he is going to get his healing. He's saying that he also saw very many diseases which are very many and different getting healed in the meeting of the Lord. He also saying that in the meeting of the Lord, he heard the mightiest prophets of the Lord saying that some who came sick in the meeting will get healed on their way back home, and some will be healed after they have reached their homes. He's saying that is how when he returned home, he began seeing himself now doing the things that he could not do before he went to the meeting of the Lord. He's saying that he dreamt that he saw the two mightiest prophets of the Lord in a dream. He's saying that that was the first time in a dream he saw the mightiest prophets of Yahweh, yet he had never seen them before. He's saying that the two mightiest prophets of Yahweh appeared to him in a dream while they were in their white garment. He's saying that in that white garment that the mega prophets of Yahweh were dressed in, he also saw their shoe, and he's saying that their shoe were white. He's saying that the mightiest prophets of Yahweh instructed him to prepare the way. The mightiest prophets of the Lord in that dream carried him and took him to a place that he does not recognize until now. Then in that place, the mega prophets of Yahweh instructed him and helped him to understand how he can prepare the way for the coming kingdom of God. And then when the mightiest prophets of the Lord instructed him how he can prepare the way, then the dream stopped at that end, please. It is saying that earlier before the dream, he only saw the poster, and then he dreamt, and never had he saw the mightiest prophets of the Lord physically. He had never seen them one on one. He's saying that apart from that poster, he only saw the mightiest prophets of the Lord again in the meeting of the Lord in Menengai 4 that took place in Nakuru. He's saying that that was the first time he saw a cripple walking. He saw a cripple with his own eyes getting up and walking in the meeting of the Lord in Menengai 4. He's saying that while he saw a cripple rising and walking, that is when he said that even himself, once he comes from Nakuru, he is going to get his healing. He's saying that he also saw very many diseases which are very many and different getting healed in the meeting of the Lord. He also saying that in the meeting of the Lord, he heard the mightiest prophets of the Lord saying that some who came sick in the meeting will get healed on their way back home, and some will be healed after they have reached their homes. He's saying that is how when he returned home, he began seeing himself now doing the things that he could not do before he went to the meeting of the Lord.
My name is Dr. Kennedy Otieno. I am a physician registrar working at Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital, and currently I am attached to the Nyayo wards. I have more than 18 years of medical experience. Currently, I also deal on a daily basis with HIV/AIDS patients at AMPATH. AMPATH is a unit that comprises collaborations and partnership between the North American Institutions of Health and Learning, Moi University, and Moi Teaching Referral Hospital. Together, AMPATH works with more than 8 million persons that are either affected or infected with the virus one way or another. Talking about HIV, this is the virus that eventually causes AIDS. Human immunodeficiency virus, which is known in short as HIV, is a very stubborn virus that has been around for some time now. And this virus, when an individual has been exposed to the virus, the disease process progresses over time to the establishment of AIDS, or what is rather known as full-blown AIDS. The virus enters the body, and after entering the body, this virus has a way that it conquers the multiplication and the reproduction mechanism of the host cell, impeaching the ability of the host cells to multiply by themselves, and on the contrary, giving the HIV virus the ability to rapidly multiply within the body. The second effect of this virus is immune deficiency, meaning the destruction of what are called the T helper cells. These T helper cells are important in cell-mediated immunity. This is what helps an individual to be able to mount up immunity against diseases and infections. But when the T helper cells have been killed and affected by the virus, then the individual is left vulnerable to infections and diseases that otherwise would have been overcome by the body's immune system. So the individual succumbs easily, is easily put down by infections, simple infections like flu, viral infections, minor and small bacterial infections. And they also these individuals have a tendency to develop certain cancers, which may include lymphomas and Kaposi's sarcoma, among others. So HIV virus is a virus that has no cure. A lot of research, a lot of resources, a lot of organizations and collaborations have come into place to see how they can cure HIV virus. Money has been put into place, manpower has been mobilized, time has been spent, but there is never any success story as far as HIV infection is concerned. There has not been any single individual, even including animal models that researchers have developed in the laboratories, that have had a reversal of HIV positive state to HIV negative, despite the presence of antiretroviral medication, which are medications that have been developed to improve the immunity and to help the patients who are suffering from HIV. Those that have been on these medications for years, 20 years and above, still, even after stringent and faithful use of their medication, still will turn positive 20 years down the line. So there is no known mechanism that totally wipes out HIV from the bloodstream. We have also heard of individuals who have taken radical measures that include washing out the entire blood from the bloodstream and replacing it with new and infected blood in individuals. But after some time, even the individuals that were subjected to this kind of stringent and tiring procedure still turned out to be HIV/AIDS positive. The long and short of it, and the consensus, even in the medical field, is that HIV/AIDS has no cure. There is no way that anybody could be subjected to anything that is medically known or scientifically appreciated that is able to wipe out the virus from the bloodstream. HIV/AIDS testing is something that has been researched thoroughly. When a test is being developed, there are things that are looked at. These include specificity. Specificity refers to the ability of a test to rule out the disease, meaning that there is no chance that a test will tell you that you are positive when actually you are negative. And the other thing that is also emphasized on in the development of any laboratory tests is the accuracy of a test to include all positives. In other words, known as the sensitivity of a test. If a test is being developed, these two things are looked at very carefully. And when a test has a specificity of around 80% and a sensitivity of around 90%, that is considered one of the best tests. But as far as HIV testing is concerned, specificity and sensitivity of tests has to be 99.9%. That simply means that there is no chance that a test will tell you that you are HIV positive when actually you are HIV negative. And on the contrary, there is also no chance that a test will tell you that you are HIV negative when ideally you are HIV positive. These are things that have been put into place when there is development of the HIV testing mechanism. When we test for HIV, there are modalities, the antigen tests, the antibody tests, and the tests that come to look at the viral load or the viral count. All these tests go through very stringent, very strict checks in order that there is zero error permitted in the development of these tests. So when you have been tested in any hospital, let's take for an example the simplest test that is known, OraQuick, and you turn out to be positive, then it is entirely confirmatory that you're positive. And if a test tells you you're negative, it is entirely confirmatory that this individual is negative. So we are talking about Alfred Omondi, diagnosed HIV positive in the year 2009. Alfred Omondi was tested and retested and confirmed in a period of 1 year before he was started out on antiretroviral therapy. And so because he had gone through all this testing, he was confirmed to be HIV positive and was put into medication, into treatment. But when he presented for medication, he was frail. He had lost weight. He had become weak. He had rashes. He was exhibiting frank malnutrition. We could put him at the extreme stage 3 towards moving into stage 4 because of how he had presented. So Alfred Omondi kept taking his medication. But a time came when Alfred came to the health institutions and talked to his doctor, requesting to be retested. And when he was retested, Alfred Omondi turned out to be negative, not on 1 test, not on 2 tests, not on 3 tests, but on all tests, including qPCR, which is the highest test.